I rebooted the modem again. We'll see if this fucking works, but at this point, I don't know. And it's pissing me off. Better fucking stay at 6,000 bits. Alright, am I back? Can everybody hear me? There's probably nobody left at this point. Alright. Not too bad. Look alright. Yeah, they look alright, I guess. That'll work. Hey, Farmer Marks, how's it going? Hopefully things stay better. I hope. But god damn it, I am pissed off. I am very sick of my internet right now. Alright, so, we got in game now. We got the textures here. We got the lava. It's the black rock. We got the, I'm guessing this is the sand. There's the gravel. That would be the sand again. What was this one? That's the rock. I don't remember which texture that was now. Which one was that one? I don't remember. But we've got some textures to paint with at least now. And we need to start laying out our terrain. So let's get out of here and let's start sculpting some terrain, shall we? Start doing something productive. Oh, hey. I gotta run a script or we're not gonna see anything. Alright. So I was working on the terrain on this island a little bit. I think I've got it pretty well smoothed out. Looking kinda how I want it. There's some spots I need to fill in. I'm gonna do a flatter area down over here somewhere for the port. You know, the town by the port. I try and put the port in here somewhere. Maybe the town will be up on this hill. There'll be some fields and stuff over in here. I did want these mountains to kind of break things up. And I wanted this pretty steep. This is going to stay pretty steep here. But let's start on this main area. We've got this big spot here in the back. Let's go here. We're going to let's get instead of subtract, let's get the replace effect going. There we go. Like, whoa, hey. All right. This will now be erosion. Yeah, these are all the fields that were on another map. Erosion effect. How's the erosion effect work?
Yeah. Tricky getting used to, but you gotta play around it with desculpting.
Well, yeah, I've got it set for middle mouse button, but it's not actually doing anything.
What do you have set for middle mouse button?
Erosion. But it's not like eroding at all.
You have it set to add and subtract. Oh. Yeah. Can't do anything when I'm not in the editor.
It happens. Champ 3630 coming in with a tier 1 resub. Thank you very much, Champ. I do appreciate that. I don't know what the... Because the erosion effect was supposed to give it that kind of washed out look, right?
Yeah. Well, what are you on? You got the landscaping tool or the terrain? Yeah, you got landscaping.
I'm in terrain sculpt, yeah.
Smaller circle, number one. Might be too large of an area because it's a smaller. Not doing anything. I think you got too big of an area you're trying to do at once. And it does it to hills, not to flat ground.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I'm on the edge of a hill here, so...
Be eroding it.
Uh, uh, oh, there you go. Erosion rate. Let's set that a little bit higher, shall we?
Doing it because I haven't had to mess with the numbers that much.
Whoa, hey, that'll do
That's way too much.
it. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Alright, let's see. Iterations.
Yeah, you should. You need to smooth out your
Yeah,
hill
well,
and then
smooth it
add
first
the
and then rain it, yeah.
and then put the erosion. Can't erode a cliff. It detects what's underneath it as far as where the
Yeah.
water would run down it. And with a cliff, it's just not, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's taking it down, but I was hoping for that pockmarked look that you
Yeah, but
had.
that's all about the settings. Whatever you that is in the settings. I forget what I mean,
I think is it the deposition rate, maybe?
it wasn't all far off the default.
We're gonna play around with this till I get the desired effect, then we'll know what we got. There we go. That's
Yeah.
the look I
So
want. It's the iterations number, I think. That's the desired effect.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the desired effect we're looking for. Alright. Yeah, we gotta get rid of the foliage and stuff in a lot of places. And then paint it all back in later, but...
Why do you have all that sand on the ground?
It's not sand, it's wheat.
Yeah, well, why do you have all that weed on the ground?
I don't know. You remember I told you that for
It's
whatever
planted.
reason?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Delete it.
because it was all of the files that you had given me. When I put them in, it gave it all the fields that you had put on your 16x map onto my map,
Right.
wherever you had fields.
That's when you just hover over the entire map real high, make a. Oh wait, you. That's maybe not your whole map.
Well, yeah, but I'll get rid of the foliage off the entire map and start from scratch anyway. That's not a problem, you know? So what we're gonna do, deco foliage, we need to go to terrain detail. Let's double tillage, radius, like 4,500. Oh, that did something. Yep, that did something. That wasn't what I wanted to do. Alright, so that covers that, but not getting rid of that. It's not the terrain detail should get rid of that, right?
What the full foliage? No,
Well,
you got to
deco
go in
foliage
the.
wouldn't get rid of it. Do I have to go to each
If
individual
it
one?
no, if it's wheat, you can use any other crop type and just subtract.
Oh,
You can't
alright.
use deco foliage. You got to use one of its plant one of the plantable.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I had done this once, but like I said, I screwed up all of those files when I upsized them because I used the wrong program and screwed them all up.
Hmm?
Well, it's doing something. It just doesn't like me clicking this button. Hey,
Oh, if you're doing big areas, yeah, it gonna be take a while.
let me remove all the wheat in this 4,500 circle. I could have did the same thing with the deco foliage afterwards, too. Otherwise, I'm going to have grass growing underneath all of the ocean. Hello, Kiston. How are you? Alright, the stream has seemed more stable since I rebooted the... I shouldn't have fucking said anything. It seems like it's being better now. That should have gotten rid of all the wheat that we had growing on the map. There may be a pocket or two left here or there. Now let's get rid of the deco foliage. Because we don't need all of that stuff underneath the water. It's a box, kitty cat. It's a box that's much too small for you to get into. Kiston, I love that you think you're gonna climb into the Twinkie box, but you're a little too big there, buddy. Yeah. Now what? I picked you up. What are you gonna do about it? Hmm. Haha. What? Do you smell another cat? Somebody else deigned to lay on your bed? He's apparently upset that another cat deigned to lay on his shelf. He's claimed. Kitty cam. Yes, hi, Kiston. I'm talking to you. I'd like to try and make the... I have to see what I can find for tunnel sections. County, we didn't have tunnel sections. They were just made out of rocks, right?
Yep.
We've got the ones from the base, from Elm Creek, like the tunnels leaving the map and stuff, but they're all kind of straight sections.
I also got a black wall that you'd have to remove in the
Blender.
can't drive through in Blender.
Yoshohin coming in with a raid of 13. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you doing? How is your stream there, Yosho?
Everything's echoing now.
You were playing We Were Here Together. How's it going, Chris? All right. That should take care of our deco foliage issue.
It wasn't Yosho that was playing though.
It was Danny.
Danny and
Wee.
Biblio.
Oh, Danny and Bib. Aha.
Yep. I was lurking, as I usually do.
All right. Let's get back to doing some sculpting, shall we? We're going to smooth that spot out. So we are working on the 64X map I've started creating. Doing a little bit of sculpting here on the backside of what's going to be the massive volcano. I have a plan for this section up here. So I do need it kind of thickly walled here. No, I would never be able to put Dave out of business. His maps will trump mine for, well, as long as I ever try to do this. Dave is a fantastic map maker, and he has skills I only wish I had when it comes to map making. So I will definitely not be putting Dave out of business anytime soon.
Somebody please put me out of business so I could just get on and just play somebody else's maps. Be much easier.
Well, where would your income come from then? You gonna go back to work,
Playing.
Dave?
Playing the game like everybody else's.
Ah, there you go. Alright, so we're trying to get
Just
this.
you know how good my stream could be if that's all I was doing is streaming? Wow. That would
Yeah.
be great.
Yeah, this is the effect I'm looking for, like that. Because then we can come in here with that black rock. And
You do miss Davina. So do I, but I can't find her. She left me.
paint this in. Ooh, wait a minute. Let's try terrain. Layer manager, combined layers. How do you do the combined layers?
Give it a
Paint those.
name and then select the 4 layers you want to combine together.
Alright, alright.
You can just 3
And
grass and another, whatever. And then it'll there's a dithering or whatever they call it factor.
yeah.
That's how much fuzziness.
Black rock, layer 1 will be the black rock.
You don't have to use them all either. You could use as many as you want.
Yeah. Throw some lava in there. Throw some regular cliff rock in there. And then maybe some black gravel. No, let's not apply yet. We need a noise frequency, apparently of 1, because that's what everybody else is using. So now we'll apply it.
I would have typed that all in caps.
Oh, black rock all in caps. Yeah.
Because all the combined layers are in caps and they go to the top of the list.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
It'll still work. You'll get confused, you know.
Do that. I was just about to ask the texture layer how you did that, but yeah, it would make sense. It would be at the top of the list.
Good thing I'm paying attention.
Yep. So that should be up here. It is. Let's deselect the terrain. Let's shrink the size of this, not get it bigger. And then the noise would be well, it doesn't do me any good if it's underneath something. What is all this? I think I'm going to take the gray out of it. What in the hell?
Yeah, I've had that happen lately. I don't know why.
Alright, the animal mud works just fine. Huh. Alright. I think I know what happened. It doesn't like this empty. I think it was taking offense to the empty because it was still showing up with the gray in it and giving that really shiny look. Yeah, I'm surprised I'm still up 2 there, Chris. Probably not for too much longer. But I really want to get some of this work done now that I'm getting into the groove of it. Alright. Okay, that looks better. I think I want to try and make a lava that's a little bit different. 'Cause it's hard to get right up close to this to see how the textures are actually going to look. Unless I slow my nav speed way down. It's getting a little too much lava in it. Alright, let's try this. Because I can spot lava in later. In places. So let's take the lava. We got black rock, black gravel. Let's go with black dirt. And we'll go with black sand. And we'll apply that. Close. Alright. I should be on smooth, yeah. Well, let's go see how that looks in-game itself. I will be sharing it with other PC players when I'm done, Chris. Once I have it the way I want it, I'll definitely be sharing it out. Alright, let's take a look at what that looks like in-game, shall we? I do need a name for the map, though, and I don't know what I want to call it. I don't want to go with Volcano Islands, because that's too... I mean, that's just like Volcano Island, you know? It's going to be 3 different volcanoes, but they're, you know, one massive one, a couple of smaller dormant volcanoes. Then you'll be on another island you'll have to cross. There'll be a lot of ocean and stuff like that. So it's kind of like an island chain. How about the ex-wife? Nice coffee then code. Nice. It's back here somewhere. Back this way. Yep, back over here. It's a big map. Keep in mind, I'm running at 14 times speed, too, so I'm chooching along. There it is. Because it was a home wrecker? Nice. That actually doesn't look too bad. I mean, it looks splotchy, but... I think if I get rid of this lighter color with a second rock instead, then that won't look too bad. It won't look splotchy because of the different shade of that color. Or it won't look near as splotchy because that one's Magma Isle? That's not bad coffee. I'm writing it down. Back and notice so you. Yes, it seems to be better now. I had to reboot the modem. But we're taking a look at a combined texture I just put in to see how it looks. This really light color I'm not as impressed with as part of this grouping. This one's decent, and I think it'll look good with this one. Because they're about the same shade. So if we do the black rock, I need to figure out which one that one is. I think that's the gravel. I think this is the sand. This is the gravel. And that's the dirt, I believe. Should be that's the gravel, that's the dirt, but we'll be fixing them all later anyway. Let's pull this editor back up. And let's get to a spot where we can double check. Not gonna double check it there. Alright, so we need to double check exactly which ones we want. Need to come up here, black rock. Alright, so is it the gravel we wanted? What is with that effect? That looks weird. Alright, so that's the black dirt. That's the black sand. But I can't really tell what it looks like. Alright, I think it's the black gravel we need with the black rock. Alright, so let's see. Terrain, Layer Manager, black rock. Need to get some like basalt texture or something. Alright, let's try that again. Alright, let's get that out of the way. Speed the navigation back up. What we're gonna do is spin around. And it's over here somewhere. It would make a map, but you just see how much time, effort it takes right now with your health. Yeah, it is time consuming, yes. Alright, let's save. This will be a lot easier to find. We'll see how that one looks. Best to check it in game. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta be pretty familiar with the editor to actually fully put the map together. There's a lot of pieces that go into it. I'll be honest, I probably don't know it as well as I need to make a map, but I'll learn where I need to fill things in. That actually looks pretty good. I think that'll look pretty good on the back of the wall, or, you know, on the edges of the volcano sides. I think that'll look pretty good. I like it. I'm good with that one. Alright, so we need to go... Where were we? That away. Oh, yes, it is. You are absolutely right about that. Yeah, see, I think that, once it's got that erosion effect into it, will definitely give it that craggy, volcanic look. And then I can come in with just a little spattering of lava here and there in like trails or something coming down it. Should look decent. Let's get back to sculpting, shall we? A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Give it that rough and harsh look. You ain't driving over this, son. Alright, let's go back up here. We want this to be subtract, so we can do something to this. Smooth that out, do a little subtraction in here. Oh, that hurt. Jimmy. Oh, nice. Good. Glad to hear that, Chucky. Yeah, a little of this out of here. Add a little of this in here. Nice. That works. I'm going to leave it on smooth and do this, and I'll come back in afterwards and do the erosion effect. Actually, I don't know. That kind of looks kind of decent, too, all bumped up like that. What do you think, chat? The bumpy lumpy like this, or the erosion effect? One for bumpy lumpy, two for erosion. Well, that's two twos. Alright, 1 second. Gotta put the wife to bed. She's tired. smooth this out. The old subtraction thing. This isn't meant to be traversable terrain, so... The coasts of this area are not going to be kind. Yeah, it is a little different for me streaming at this hour. Um, I do have a spot, Chucky. I do have a spot. Um, it kind of popped up like completely by accident. But as soon as I saw it, I thought that is absolutely perfect for what I want to do. Let's see. Gameplay. No, oh, observatory. Where did you end up putting that, Dave? Structures. Decals. Map borders. Streetlights. Railroads.
What are you looking for?
Decoration? That's what it is. No, the ravine area. You had imported into Wolf Creek the,
Observatory?
not the, oh, there, Citadel. Where are you? Seriously? Why can't I get rotation and... You're a pain. I kind of want this over in here somewhere. I've got to do some landscaping, obviously, to get it in here to fit, for it to be properly in here. So this is going to go somewhere over in here, because I want a road to come down here. Because there will be a town located over here. So there's going to be a road coming off over to the old castle. I might even get a different model than this citadel, but I want like a castle structure in here. And I'm thinking the memorial tree and stuff might go right here on this island. Overlooked by a castle on a nice calm lake. There'll be trees all around here and stuff like that. And this was a mistake initially. I was smoothing the ground and that popped up, and I went, "Oh, this could be cool." So yeah, I think like I said, that kind of popped up by accident, and then I got looking at this, and I'm like, "Ooh, Citadel could go in there, you know, just on the edge of the water, being like protected and stuff." Because there's gonna be some rocks up here too. This is gonna be kind of like mountained up around the edge of the lake. And there'll be some trees and stuff along the shore. And then there'll be a road leading in, coming from town. And then the port is going to go over here with a lighthouse out here, is the goal. That's my goal, anyway. We'll see how it works out in the long run, but that's my ultimate goal. So let's kind of smooth this out a little bit. A little bit of this. A bit of this in here. Darius, what are you doing? Cats are about to start playing. Spaz kitty time. Let's do that, do that. Yeah, the goal is it's going to be impassable between the inside and the outside of the volcano. So the only way in will be the route that I want to let you in. I mean, granted, that's not going to stop people from, you know, doing their own landscaping thing. But that's going to be the goal of the map, anyway. Because I'm even going to mountain this up higher with large rocks or something like that, so it looks like it really, really sticks up there. Not that it doesn't look huge when you're inside the area anyway. So yeah, that's gonna kind of come down from there. There is gonna be this smoother area around here. Little up, little down. Coast is meant to be very inhospitable. So, we're going to keep it inhospitable. There's going to be some high spots in here. Some mountainous areas and stuff like that. There'll be some valleys and stuff in here. But ultimately, I think we're going to go like this. Low section there. Alright, now this was the part I had a hard time trying to gauge. How big did I want the volcano itself to be? I think I'm going to go for this outer edge here. Boomhauer coming in with a party of 15. Welcome in, Raiders. How is your stream there, Boom? Thank you, KW.
It's that time already. Bedtime.
Alright, we are just working on my new map. How's it going there, OP Wolf Mod? Brady Christopherson 67, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How are you doing this evening? How's it going, Light Window? Welcome in. Apologize if you hear the cats going nuts in the background. Doing good. You just chilling out? Nice. Well, welcome in. We're currently working on a map, be PC only. I'm hoping it'll come out well. I've got a good idea in my head. Now, can I get it into the game the way I want it, is the question. It's going to take a bit of work, but I think I can do it. So we're just kind of rough sketching the terrain, and then I'll go back through and paint things and add in foliage and final sculpt the terrain afterwards. Kind of deciding where I want little ponds, waterways, things like that. How's it going there, KevKaz? Welcome back. And there's the map height right there. This is going to be obviously very production oriented. It's going to be following Dave's Productions, 64X map. It is three smaller islands and then one main island. You get this island here where you'll be starting out. There's going to be a port for using boats to travel to the other islands. Um, Let me get a little bit closer here to
Oh
the middle.
man, 64X, huh?
Yep.
Woo!
Yep. It's ambitious, but we'll see.
Ambitious.
I have no idea where I am now. There we go. Went too high. Alright. So. No, you don't have to build the boats. But you've got this island over here. It's about the size of a 4X map. This island over here is about the size of a 4X map. There will be a town on this island here. Forestry, some fields, stuff like that. This one here will have some mining products and things like that. There will be like an abandoned town because this is an active volcano. Will be an active volcano. It's a small one. This is the island here you're going to start on. That's about the size of a 4X map. That's about the size of a 4X map. This is about the size of a 16X map for this island. This is going to be the main caldera here, this outer ring that we're working on. I got to smooth these down. I want to kind of try and concentrate on that. Your main primary mining source on this map is going to be inside that caldera. But in order to gain access, you're going to have to get through a tunnel that, due to a volcanic earthquake from said volcano going off, sealed up the tunnel. I'm hoping it'll work out with the vision I have in my head, but using the buildable system, you'd be bringing materials to a building point, and it will build sections of tunnel while removing rock debris that's on the outside, and slowly getting you access to the tunnel as it builds. And that tunnel would then, wrong button. It'll breach the wall, allowing you access to the inner section. You'll have to repair a bridge, or replace the bridge between that island and the main island. Again, due to volcanic activity, the bridge collapsed. So there will be a point here where you'll have to repair the bridge. Then there's going to be primarily forestry in here with large like valleys and fields and stuff like that. Not planted fields, but just like grassy meadows in amongst the forest. And then the main island you start on will have a small, there'll be a town, some farming fields, and some, areas to be able to set up productions and stuff like that to get the bridge building going and things. And I'm hoping that I can set things up where the idea with the port will be there's going to be, again, a town over here with a port, and there would be some sell points over there that would give you a much higher sell price for bringing the materials over to sell them off by way of boat is my ultimate goal. Whether it works out that way or that changes as the map comes more together, um, you know, that could change, but there will be a couple of different spots, and my goal is, new farmer, you're going to start here, but if you do farm manager, there will be a spot here that's going to be nice and cheap for you to buy to start out, with a little setup farmyard. And then there'll be one over here on this island as well because of the town. The land on these islands will be a little bit more expensive. Idea being that, as you progress through playing the map and growing your farm and the forestry and everything else, you'll get access to a lot more of this stuff. But there will probably be land on this island that you could start out new farmer or as a farm manager and start right on this island if you wanted to. But the land inside the volcano is going to be expensive. You won't be able to buy that to start. I mean, unless you give yourself $999 million. So, yeah, we're just kind of progressing through here. I'm trying to get this outer edge done. I want it nice and rough. I'm not worried about the painting textures yet. We're going to add those in later as we come back and add foliages and things like that. I actually want this to be a very rough appearance because it's the outside of an extinct volcano. So this is going right up to the tippy top height of the map. Alright, let's do a quick replace. Want to knock these down. No, this is my map theme park. Decided I'm going to try and make a map in 22. Of course, I had to pick like the biggest, just about the biggest map there is, but hey, go big or go home.
I'll go home. Thanks. Oh, I'm already here.
See? The only choice left is to go big. Alright, let's wipe this out. There we go. Now we'll go back to smooth over here. Wow, my wife is noisy. She's over there snoring and I can hear it over my headphones.
Mm-hmm.
She'll kill me later for that comment, I'm sure. And, well, it popped up anyway. No. Oh, no. No. Yes, Michael, this is a 64X map. Well, the pop-up, if you guys didn't catch it. Yeah, it's possible, Michael. That pop-up was from Chucky. Informing me that apparently Bugs the farmer is currently in the hospital with COVID. So
Oh,
if
wonderful.
you guys could please put her in your prayers.
Mm-hmm. Will do.
If I remember right, Chucky had said she's also expecting at the moment. Um, well, I don't know, Michael. It's gonna have all the same productions. It's gonna have all of the. Ah, that's right. You did say that. She's expecting twins. So yes, please do keep her in your prayers if you could. That family's been through enough. Not with occlusion culling, Michael. You'd be amazed.
Oh,
That
you'd be amazed. I'm still, Clues calling can only do so much. I'm wondering, I'm waiting to see how well it works.
hmm. Well, yeah, but I mean, if you've got things like this that stop you from seeing stuff on the other side of it,
That will help, but you still have yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, you've got a 4X island that's way the heck over there. You've got another 4X island
Mhm.
that's way the heck over there. You get that one that's going to be separated by. I mean, it doesn't look like a big distance, but that's a big distance. You know, you've got basically half of a 16x map that's going to be surrounded by
Oh
cliffs as
yeah.
high as the map. So it'll be interesting to see how well it plays when it's finished. But I know I was getting 300 frames a second on it the other day.
300 frames is easy to get when you don't have anything on the map.
Well, yeah. Yeah, well, that's just it. The way Dave's mods are being set up right now is it doesn't matter. They're gonna go on any map regardless, because it's gonna register everything for you. So you'd be able to use the entire mod pack on this map. I want to put the same crops that Dave's putting in, so you could grow them on this map, and then hopefully, Giants gets back to us and we can use things like their foliage layers from the ponds and things in Silver Run, which are absolutely amazing looking. Let's be honest, they are. They look amazing. So I wanna, I hope we get access to that stuff. Until then, I'll start working on this. I've got a long ways before I start painting foliage, so I'm gonna be. And it's not like I'm gonna be working on this all the time. I'll still be streaming and playing stuff, and I've got other projects I'm working on right now. So when I am working on the map, I'll probably be a few weeks just getting the landscaping done. This map's huge. This is just an initial cursory pass, to flesh things out and see how I want them, and then it'll progress to the next stage. And I'm gonna take my time and make sure it looks good and it's done right. I have a lot of textures I want to still add to the map, but I want to make sure I can make the normals properly, so I'm gonna play around with that some tomorrow. Because if I can get that done so we can actually be making our own normals properly, we could potentially get some better textures in. But, who knows? Maybe I can get it to work properly, maybe I can't. I'll play around with it. So yeah, here we go. Alright, let's go back this way. Smooth that out a little bit. Keep painting. Dee 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 dee. Like that. Yeah, this is where Dave's got some of his fields. Really? With all of that earlier, painting out all of that foliage, there's still freaking crops planted in some of the fields. Yeah, we'll take care of that when we get to painting. I want this nice and tall and nice and wide. Alright. Looking good so far. I wonder if I should add collectibles. Make you look for them. That'd be cruel, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I probably will, but you'll be well compensated for finding them.
Mm.
You know, at least for the ones that are on alternative islands or something like that that you have to really go hunting for.
Right.
There we go, like so. That's looking good. Get this area here.
I'll be back.
Yep. Alright. Little minus, little plus. It helps keep this ridge a little bit more without just getting rid of it. want this to be a little rough. We're gonna go back in afterwards. We'll smooth these inner areas out. Like this, I think. We'll do some smoothing in here. Especially in here area. Let's go with, this will be erosion, this will be smooth now. Yeah, that looks really good, I think. Smooth this out a little bit more in here. I am gonna have somewhere over here. Yeah, we'll have a... I'm gonna do the first tunnel in through over here. And there'll be another one out over this way. With a, port of some kind down here. I'll set up another secondary port, so once you hit that point in the game where you're really working this inner area, we can do that. Yeah, I think so. Getting cold. 1 second. There we go. Save our work. Don't want to lose all that. Has been a little bit since I saved last. It was an hour. If I can get the outside edge of this volcano done tonight, I think I'll be happy. Alright, let's flip these around so I can stop pressing the middle mouse button so much. That's working better. Um, English only, please, Antoine. Uh, yeah, I not a clue what that is. Crack you in 1 point. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing this evening? This morning. Or at least it's morning where I am. Ugh. There we go. That's a little better. Yeah, I like this look. Then throw a little texture to it. That should look all right, I think. Yeah. Oh, I'm in between here. That's where I am. Yeah, that's going to be a pretty good sized channel through there. I might carve this back a little bit more, open it up some, but that's going to be a big gap. Go with a nice tall spot right here, I think. Do some erosion over here. Got an idea for this. Yeah, like that. Alright, a little more erosion in here. Alright, let's see, a little more up here. That works. There we go. Almost got the outer edge of this island done. Dee 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 dee. Oh, Neon jumped in too. Being awful quiet and sneaky.
I like being sneaky.
Uh-huh. It's like I thought I'd heard a couple people come in, but I didn't hear anybody say much when after you guys came in. Too much mouse. What do you think so far there, Neon?
Very interesting.
You know what this means, chat? We just made it all the way around the island. Because this is previously addressed territory. And that makes me happy. That was the tunnel. Right in the face. Alright, so that means let's get over here. And we've already addressed that section. So now we get into this. So what you up to tonight, Neon?
Driving.
Some ATS time.
Yep. Installed a whole bunch of map mods today, so I'm trying it out.
Bunch of map mods, huh? Oh, my freaking kid gave one of the cats a goddamn ball on with a bell on it. And he's been going nuts with that damn thing ever since. It's like, boy, I ought to slap you. There's something dumped all over the ground over there. Oh, you're trying to do the whole, like, cruising USA thing? Alright, yeah. I'm liking it. Yeah, I think this is gonna look good. Once I throw the black texture in there. Give it that rocky, craggy look in places. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. We'll kind of go in the map, take a look around, see how it looks, see if we're happy with it. Ooh, you know, I just got an idea. If I can't do the, if the buildable won't work, and we get access to the breakable rocks, break the rocks out and build in sections of road and tunnel. That might make a good secondary. That might. Yeah, got that done. Hey, look, I found the BGA. Alright, then this area will be structured out a bit differently. I do want something here in the middle, but I think what we're going to do is we're going to have the mines be a little bit different. I'm going to structure that out a little differently. And then we're going to have some more trees interspersed in here, I think. I do need something kind of mid. Middle of it, ish. Yeah, like something like that. Alright, let's save this up. Let's go jump in the map and go take a quick spin around and see how this looks on this island here. Magma Isle? Yeah, I kind of like the sound of that. Huh. Have to see if any other suggestions come in, but I kind of like the sound of that one. Naturally, this map won't be Pleasant Valley Wolf Creek when I'm done. But with that said, I do need a title. Nothing's come to me yet. Huh. Apparently, I now start on top of the mountain. That's a long ways down. Holy crap. Look at how far down that is, Neon.
That looks awesome.
That's a long friggin' way down. Oh, I think I just ran into the invisible barrier of the old map. Yeah, I did. Pretty sure. Yeah, I ran into the invisible barrier of the old map. I haven't moved those yet. Whee! Spider truck, spider truck. Yeah, I think by the time that gets painted in with the black, that'll look really good. Actually, I think I'm hitting, yeah. Those. Alright. Remember, the mountain in the middle is in the middle. gotta go to the placeable XML and take a bunch of that stuff out at some point. And obviously there's a lot of smoothing in here that I gotta do and things like that, but I think all in all... Check that out. That particular placeable, the way it placed in, I think is for the granite mine. It just coincidentally happens to be a nice little bloop. Under the granite mine. There's the salt one. Let's see, that would be Galena. The giant Galena mine. That one over there is bauxite. That one would be for the 5-in-1 pile. Oops, I flipped it again. Oh. I hit the other barrier. If you go high enough, you can get over it. So Galena's still accurate, sand and stone are still accurate. Coal is. Bauxite's still accurate for tipped grounds. That's good to know. Ore is still accurate. It's good I should check these while I'm in here. Salt is still good. Gravel is still good. Sand is still good. Sand, copper is still good. So... I'm guessing... what had been over there was maybe... was that a pile of silt or something? Yeah, that'll look really good once you put that black texture on it. The erosion and stuff down it. See, it gets too straight if it's too smooth when you start doing the erosion effect. But if you make it lumpy and bumpy and then erode it, it gives the different stuff. So that's a field. Yeah, that texture looks pretty good, I think. Once you get up there and see it. What I think I might do is rotate it to give it a crisscrossing. And I'll add it in a couple, a couple of different variants so that it's not all in one direction. It's not all uniform direction. And yeah, that'll look pretty good. Spattered in here and there with some lava trails running down some of these. Something like that. Oh yeah, the coastline will look really cool. I like it. It's not smooth or uniform or anything like that. That'll look really cool. I'll do a similar treatment around these. Maybe not to the extent, but I'll give it some texture. You know, not just a smooth with a paint on it. Try to fit this. I'll try to find a nice castle or something like that that I can get in here. And then, yeah, I can put the memorial tree out here with the plaques for Desiree and Becky. Keep a boat in the water over here. Yeah, I have a nice little road through here. It'll come around. One side will go down to the pier, you know, the pier. Another one will come up over here to the little town up here. Put a lighthouse in down here. Nope. Not in the least theme park. I'm running at 14 times speed. See how far away this island is? Yeah, this one's gonna be the active volcano. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try and put a water plane in underneath this. That I'll have it all red and like looking like lava. I don't remember how big Dave said this field was when he was doing it, but I mean this is a good sized field on Dave's map, and ain't nothing but a thing on here. You know, you'd be able to make some big fields on these islands, but this one's gonna be like heavily wooded. There'll be some mining materials and stuff. Six years later. This must be silt or something? Oh no, it's just the texture of a field or something like that, yeah. David put something in the middle of a river or something. Yeah, this island will be plenty big enough to get people started. So yeah, I'll have to find some decent placeables to use as like a port. So I could put something here. Gotta smooth this out, give it a more gradual rise so there's room for the building and stuff, because it's still pretty steep. And we'll have a small little town here. And then there'll be some rolling hills, some mountains, some fields, some meadows and trees. And we'll have our bridge probably come in through here with a road. Maybe even follow this road that's kind of already painted in here. And I'll widen this out. But yeah, that'll be the gap you're crossing. Hey, Green Thumb, I don't think your bridge is big enough. What do you think, Neon?
I don't know if that'd go across or not.
Yeah, that's a gap.
What would the building time be on that?
Oh, it'd probably be like a year. I'd set it up for like 12 days or something. So from it's tough because this is it's an angle to get there at the moment, so I can't just, measure a point and go, okay, it's so many meters, but we'll go here to there. What's going on there, Reyes? It's about 300 meters between that shore and this shore. Just taking a quick look at the map, as it is at the moment. I just finished doing a bunch of landscaping around what's going to be one of the volcanoes, the extinct one. And I was just taking a look at it and seeing how the initial landscaping with the edge of the volcano and stuff looked. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Alright there, Light Window. You have yourself a good night. Let's see. That Citadel's a single piece. It's a single piece, so I couldn't really manipulate it and build it into something bigger. Castles, castles. Where did we have anything like that? Where did we have anything like a castle? I'm trying to think back to all the different maps I've played and stuff like that. Let's see. Let's go to Farm Sim. No, F drive. Steam.
Hot air balloon map has stuff like that in it.
Well, yeah, it's got the Citadel, but it doesn't really have much else besides just the Citadel.
He's got. Got.
Yeah, I'll check. There's one that comes to mind though. Was it the US map? Or is it the other one? Nope, wrong map. How you doing tonight there, or this morning there, Mr. Reyes? Are you a single piece? You're a single piece, aren't you? He might be a pain in the ass. But file. Let's put you into my. Uh, we'll put you in folder. There's that one. And let's see. Let's go take a look at hot air balloon. See if there's anything else worth pulling out of here. Because that's the Citadel. Oh, that's the granary. That's the spinnery. Yeah, see, it'd be nice if it didn't have the freaking sign on the front of it. Train station. Citadel. What else do we got in this map? The railroad bridge doesn't include the tracks. I kind of like that bridge. I think I could put that to use somewhere. With files, I'm gonna go FS22 bridge. Let's see what else we can find. Grain mill. Huh. Livestock market. Cheese dairy. There's a bridge there. You're a nice bridge too. So we're gonna take that one. I know those aren't single olive trees. I'd have to take all those trees just to do that. Olive orchard, where's those stupid trees? Yeah, might come back for that at some point. Yeah, so the Citadel is on here, but that's about it. What do we lose? Boom? Yep. Alright, well, we got a couple of things to play around with. Let's play around with them quick. See what we got. Let's go to projects. Castles. Let's see how bad this gets effed up. Yeah. Can't load shit. Where are you? Alright, so it's looking for a bunch of textures. Let's see what happens if we give it those textures into this. Alright, we'll open up this one here, but we gotta go over to F, Steam, Steam Apps, Common, 19, Data, Maps, Textures, European, and we need the Buildings Array. Castle, a DE Specular. Specular. Church Glass. Diffuse normal specular. Nope. Let's try loading it now. Oh, and it said something else in there too about a oh, it's because when I exported it, I kept the relative paths. So this building array material, it's going to be looking for a custom shader for a building array diffuse. I'm guessing, wait, no, textures, buildings array map, custom map. It's looking for building shader XML. Map mod. One of these, maybe? No. M gradient is referenced in variation base. Guessing that is going to be as part of the shader right here. Yes, hi Darius, I see you. Alright, let's go no. Notepad++. Wah! Jesus, cat. He jumped me when he jumped himself. When you're relinking textures with the, like, Notepad, what's the first, it's period, front slash?
No, there's nothing unless you're going back folders. That's the
Oh.
// means to go back one folder from where that
Oh, okay.
file is.
No. So I'm not doing
So
any
you
of that.
do that for each folder backwards. You have to browse to.
Well, for the time being, they're not in any new folder. They're in this folder. And we want to go castles here, European here, and we need shaders. There was a building shader. We want to move that in there as well. And let's do this. See what happens when we open it up now. Okay, yeah, it's getting that buildings array problem that Billy was getting with Borden. I'll have to figure out how he fixed that. Warning texture has wrong type 2D array instead of 2D in buildings array mat.
What building did you bring in that has that error?
It's a 1 out of 19.
Yep.
It was a castle.
Yeah, they have texture arrays on them, which aren't supported.
Yeah. And Shy Wizard helped Billy fix that with Borden. So he was able to do it. I just don't know how they did it. So that castle might be out of the question then. Bummer. Well, at least for now. Just too bad. It was a cool looking castle.
Mm-hmm.
Now it wants all kinds of extra stuff in. Missing textures and stuff. Moss, diffuse, normals, dirts, normals, gradient maps. All kinds of crap. Like I said, it's a pretty cool looking thing. Piernick coming in with a hydrate. Yes, hi handsome. What are you doing? Can I help you? What's the matter? Chucky with a stretch. Thank you, Chucky. Alright, well, I'll ask Billy how he dealt with that when I see him later. In the meantime, let's close that out. We'll close this out. And I had a project I wanted to work on. Let's see if we can't get this tunnel piece to do what we want it to do. Itch in my ear. What, handsome? What is your problem, kitty? Alright, let's go. Where in the heck is everything? Oh, there it is. Well, that's weird. Morning, Suki. How you doing? Yeah, you get that black wall inside of there. And then the interior stops. There's no back edge either. I'm working on a farm sim map, and I've got an idea I want to try and work out. But it looks like I might have to take this little piece of pie here into Blender and fix it up some. There's also no road deck underneath it either, so...
Oh. Time for me to get to bed, I think.
So let's take this one here. File, export selection, files, there's an OBJ, tunnel, so let's close this, no, did you not save into... Where did you export to? Okay, so file, export selection with files. Oh, it went to castles, not tunnels. Okay, never mind. Is it just the tunnel? There's no other... Okay. X, tunnels, tunnels, tunnels. Too many things in my face. Tunnel project, right there. Open with... Fine. We need to go to downloads, projects. Dang it. Alright, where the heck is it? There it is. I got to remember how to do all of this now. Let's see. Select all. Then how do I move you again? Oh, that's merge. I don't remember half the keys, so bear with me for a second. G? Is it G? Oh, hey. Yeah, for grab. But I'm trying to, move it to here. That's what I don't remember. Yeah, move to origin. Like I said, I'm a bit rusty. I was U-dimming the other day, but I didn't have to do all of this stuff, so I don't remember a lot of the key bindings. Edit preferences. Thank you. He's been in Blender all day. Yeah. Hmm. Where'd you go? Oh, where'd it go? What did it do? Not Control S, Shift S. You're playing around with animating gears. Nice. More or less, I guess. Why it came in all wonky when I had it zeroed out, and Giants is always a mystery, but you know, hey, whatever. Modeling. No, not vertex. I want to copy. I want to paste them in there. Dang it. Alright, and bit of a bum. Oh, yeah, it has been way too long since I've done this. Maybe. No, it's not. Is it mesh? Duplicate? Yeah, that'll work. And then it's what, damn it, I hate it when I do that. Not what I wanted to do. What was the snapping function? Yes, there's a it's the first shelf that's like unnamed. Or building that is unnamed. Yeah, when you go back and forth, you sit there and it's like, which button is it? Which button is it? Which button is it? The gizmo, the overlays, all of that crap. Where is it? Is it the snap? Yes. Edges. Yes, that's the one, Chucky. No, I don't want both of those. No, not annotate. What is it?
Well, I'm heading off to bed. Have a good night.
You too.
Oh yeah, I gotta get to bed myself.
Yeah, have a good
I'll
one.
catch y'all later.
There we go. That's what I was looking for. Now why are you acting up, you stupid thing? There we go. Why is it missing a face? Oh, I'm smiling there, kitten. Just not super familiar with Blender, so it takes me a bit. Alright, now I should probably make my life easy and make a plane to straighten this out because it's all wonky as crap. And if I straighten this edge out, it'll make it easy to straighten this edge out afterwards. So, let's see. Add a plane. Where's it making the plane, damn it? Oh, there's the plane. Alright, so we need to rotate this. Ay, 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 ay. Why? Why? Alright, so I can't do that because that's the tunnel. How can you create your own map? It's not an easy task, Uno. I will tell you that. It is a very long and arduous process. There we go. Let's go back into modeling. We can delete this one now. Now this one we can go to 90 degrees. uh, just a simple map and save it before you add things to it. There is no real tool to just do that. If you want, how big of a map are you looking to make? You know what? We're going to delete the face on this. We're going to mesh. We're going to add a cube, because at least that will be... a farm sim map that you're just going to fix later. That, right now I'm in Blender. I'm modeling out a tunnel. I want to model this tunnel section so that I can later bring it back into Giants Editor and use it in a map. Yeah, 20, 20. Well, why'd you move way the hell down there? Alright, there we go. Yeah, unfortunately it's not coders that make the maps, and it's a little more to it than that. Let's do 30 in this direction. There we go. Now let's leave that plane there. Grab our tunnel section. We want to select just the tunnel, go into this mode. Yeah, there's a lot more to it than just putting data inside of a thing. Giant and GA file, a new mod for game. You select the map you want to edit, delete everything on it. Yeah, you can do that as well, Crucian. There's also on one of the websites I saw earlier, there was a prefab 4x blank flat map. There we go. Google Maps and organize your data set to fit somehow. The Google Map data, you need like LiDAR data from Google. You can't just take Google Maps data directly in, because you need to make a terrain height map. I'd seen a video about it at one point, but it was 2 years ago. Alright, so if I go to this, let's go with this edge maybe? No, not the edge. Why are you not taking both those points? No, that's not what I want to do. Squiggles, yes. Stupid squiggles. How do you remove the indentation? Huh, whatever. I'm making a mess of that. I just wanted to straighten out my points, man. That's right, I need to merge these vertices. That's what I need to do. 1 mile two from the fields. Interesting. Da, 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 da. Oh, that's better. Right there. Can't you select all verts and merge all within a certain range? Yeah, but I didn't want to. I just wanted to get these two vertices. And I don't remember half the keybinds in here, so unfortunately for me, I'm a noob when it comes to Blender stuff. Florida Man, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing? There you go. Doing alright? Alt M. Alright. Appreciate that there, Braxis. Like I said, I'm I'm rusty at Blender. Not much. We're just making a tunnel for a map I'm making for Farm Sim. But right now, I'm trying to fix this tunnel up because it's kind of janky. 2022. I am working on a 64x map. Uno5, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'm making a 64x map for FarmSim 2022. Yep. I just want to save myself a little bit of time and trouble and straighten these out. At least a little more than they already are. Like so. That works. Alt M is split. Anyway, will the map be released to the... No. No, it will not, Florida Man. When I'm done, it will be released through the SGA. Yes, you can place a railroad on the map for a train. It's a 64X map. It's going to be too big to go on the in-game mod hub. I'm not even going to try to get it on there. And you don't release mods on Steam for Farm Sim. There you go. It's going to be a PC only download, Florida Man. Once again, it's way too big of a map to get onto whoa, to get on console. I started this morning, well, last night. I probably put, I don't know, 8-10 hours into the map. It's gonna be at least a month before it's ready for release. Oh no, at least a month. It could be 2 months. Map had some ads to hire. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. There's definitely maps out there that hire 3D modders, or 3D modelers rather. Did you know back when it was around, she was actually working on? I did not know that. Yeah, 3D modelers. 3D models may be integrated from mods. Oh, you'd be surprised how integrated the 3D models get. I would, Chucky. That would be cool. Center. There we go. Yeah, it's a lot, Chucky. You probably won't need Blender necessarily, unless you want to do crazy stuff like this. What's going on there, Cope? Yeah, don't worry about it, Cope. That caps lock gets us all. There we go. Delete. That looks good. I like it. Yeah, I like it. Let's go to face selection. You're on WoW leveling your Death Knight. Nice. There you go. We want to mesh, duplicate. Alright, now we can go here, here, snap. I bet there's probably people rolling over on themselves saying, I could do that 10 times faster. Yeah, probably could. The question is, now the tunnel's gonna start getting weird inside. I didn't think about that shit. Because they're not on the same axis. And I moved them into position rather than get the whole tunnel that way. Alright, so let's go back to faces. Did that just snap in? No, it didn't. Okay. Yeah, that's good enough, I think. Let's not do that. Go to this. I go vertex. Here we go. Yeah, scurvy's been making me want to get back into World of Warcraft, but I can't afford a monthly subscription, so no World of Warcraft for me. That's just how it's going to be. Yeah, I think that'll work. Right there. Let's go to face select. That, mesh. Duplicate. go back to this. Got that one pretty well lined up, didn't I? There we go. We're getting towards the end of the tunnel. Gotta remember, Shift D will duplicate. Back to here. Yeah, we're getting some progress done on this thing. I think one more section, maybe, and we'll have it done. There we go. Yeah, 2 more sections maybe. And I might have to extend the exterior to, or shrink the exterior maybe to make it fit the right edge, but we'll get there. Like so, Shift D. Like that, back to vertexing, or vertices rather. Alright, face view. Like so, Shift D. Stop snapping to the outside of the goddamn building. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that outside edge and I'll bring it back in line with this. Because that's a pretty stretched... Yeah, that's pretty stretched on the outside. I'll just move it back. Yeah, it'll work. It's really the interior I care about anyway. Alright. You know what? I think I'm going to do one more set. Just make the tunnel a little bit longer, that's all. Alright. Let's get this done. Oh, that's pretty cool. I got a couple of them to merge automatic. I like it. How in the shit did they do that? Okay, this is gonna be fun. Dark Raven 72 coming in with a raid. How you doing? Welcome in, raiders. How was FS22? What map were you on? You on console, PC? Just doing a little bit of work here in Blender on a tunnel we're trying to make. We're going to Shift D. We want to rotate this 90 degrees. Nice. That's pretty much 90. How's it going, Uncle Henry? Glad to see you being nice and giving you some. Oh, I just typed DAR and hit enter. I am making a tunnel through a volcano. As a matter of fact. Absolutely there, Chucky. I'll take all the caffeine. All of it. Yeah, no, I'm working on a map and I wanted to make a tunnel to go through the mountain. So I need to make myself a tunnel segment, right? Think about there should do. If I back up to about there, I can stretch these to that. Lock everything in. Precision farming. Yes, Chucky, it will. Alright, let's get these. Game on your ocean. Lens Island? Never heard of that one. Alright, how do I move the stupid center cursor again? Uh, there we go. Oh, come on. I hate it when I get stuck with the movement the way it gets sometimes. Get really annoying. Really annoying. Ah, son of a gun. There we go. Have a good night, Farmer Marks. There you go. Always handy. All hail the power of Google. Right? Alright, and right there. There. Save. We want to put this into the right spot, so let's go to Tunnel Project. Tunnel. Say Blender file. Let's go to Alright, so let's see. Let's go back here, see how bad it is if we just try to... Not an M. Do 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 do. Let's see, Tunnel Project. I mean, it lost its textures. I'll have to get those back, but... Yeah. I mean, it doesn't look too bad. Touch it up a little bit more, get the textures brought back in. I think we'll be right on. Put a flat plane across the bottom for a road deck. I know where I can get a texture for that, too. Yeah. But it is 3 in the morning. My headset is about to die again. So, 1 second, folks.
I'm gonna take off. You have a good one.
Yep, I'm taking off too.
Oh, all right.
So, alright. We're going to, let's see. Who's in Twitch World? We're gonna raid a good friend of mine. Good friend of the channel. Make sure you tell him I said hi. Pop those Frosty Raid emotes in chat when you get over there. And hopefully I can catch you sometime later today. But until then, everybody stay safe. It's been awesome hanging out with you all. Be kind to each other, and we'll catch you later.